Hello, everybody. What's up? What's up, everybody? How you doing? So we're back. We're back. I can't even get to begin to tell you all how many versions of this I had to print out to practice with. So I'm going to start this Batman piece. This is a test I did with all my little Copic colors and some color pencil guides and stuff. But suffice to say, who we got in here? Potatoes in here, Gamal's in here, Anthony's here. So hey everybody. So I must have printed like 50 of these out. Reason being my new printer prints color totally weird. So I had to go and reset all my stuff so it works with the printer. Suffice to say, this is sort of the idea we're going for here. As well as the background, which I did this test back in San Diego months ago, back in June. So this is what we'll do with Distress Ink and the lightning bolt. If you can sort of imagine these two put together, I think it's going to be pretty cool. So, yeah. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it all tonight. Doubtful. It'll probably run me into tomorrow morning. But it just took a while to get this all set up. I was up till 6 in the morning last night. Yeah. Let's just say it took a bite out of me. But this is how you grow, folks. This is how you grow. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to just see how many people we got in the... we got 5 people here. It's pretty good. Pretty good for a Sunday night. Let me check in on Brandon really quick, see if he wants to join in or not. How was my Thanksgiving? It was nice. It was nice. I made a lot of food. Too much food even for me to eat. But it was good. I made this soy honey glaze turkey. It was dope. Very tasteful. So this right here is B marker paper. And I printed the lines in a purpley kind of color. So because that's how I like to do it. C5, C10, C1, C7. B05, B03, G00. Alrighty. We'll start with the B05. What do you do with the original lines? Do you get it to Commissioner 2 as well as the Copic printer? Sometimes, like on the Kickstarters when they pay for it. I usually sell them separately. So like the smaller commissions, they'd have by 11s. I'll do the lines really big and sell those separately, but then I make a smaller version of the line so they get something, with these bigger commissions, they'll get the lines of when they're like 350, you know. For the smaller line, like this right here was not a 350. I'm actually hooking the shit out of this stuff for this guy, so I got paid kind of half that. So I try to work the cost of the original lines into, or at least, um, like what I'll do is I'll draw them really big, and then I'll do a small version of them, and they'll get the small version, so they'll get some line art. But that's only because, I enjoy drawing large. They don't really pay for that. So it depends on what the pricing structure is. Yeah, well, not everyone can afford, you know. So it only takes me like an extra 30, 40 minutes to make a small version of the lines once I draw large. So yeah, that's what I made for Thanksgiving, bro. Italian turkey, Italian sausage stuffing with cranberries, blueberries, apple, green bean casserole made from scratch. All that shit was made from scratch. Nope, yams, soy glazed honey turkey. Cooked that fucker in the crock pot for about 7 hours and then basted in the oven for about 30, 40 minutes. And garlic parm potatoes. Yukon Gold, motherfucker. Yeah. My wife hooked up a low carb pumpkin cheesecake with ethnicity, Dwayne. My father is from Guam. My mother's Polish, or was Polish Hungarian. Not a damn one of them could cook well. My mother could cook better than my father, but she wasn't around much. My father couldn't cook for shit, so I'm self-taught. What's up, Brazil? Yeah, so I love it when, I'm in an art department. I was in an art department once, and, it was white people were the minority. It was like, I got accused of being a racist once. I'm like, you have no idea. Like, I was the only white person in my house, man. Like, are you kidding me? Where can I buy the SketchCraft materials? I don't know what you're talking about. What materials? Copics and stuff like that? I get mine through dickblick.com or Ataco Fuel when they run out, or Amazon. I get my paper through Amazon mostly because I can buy it in bulk. I get the Copics from Dick Blick. Everything else is negotiable. Yeah, I don't make the paper, just print out my lines that are on it. Print out the lines. You can get it. I buy it in packs of like 50. They make it. Comes in a clear pack, not pads. No, they're not good for watercolor. It'll buckle. For sauces, I use Kanzen Big EXL, but that's just because I like the way the sauces dry on that. If you want paper that reactivates, you need to get water paper. Submarine Gamer. I don't know about that, but I am pushing hard on this one. This one's always been like, it'll be the first time I think I really mix a full figure character with the atmospheric background with distress ink. I've been doing a lot of small ones, never at this scale, so. Thanks, Michelle. It's getting there. One bit at a time. You think about selling an art book? Yep. I plan on making an art book, but can't do it right now because I got a bunch of other things that I'm already on the hook for. So after I finish all the stretch goal prints, then that'll be something I look into this next year. But I can't go around doing a bunch of new Kickstarters when I don't have all my current ones finished. So the goal for this year was to get everything situated and put myself in a position where I don't have to chase a bunch of freelance or day jobs or whatever. So in the meantime, commissions sort of pay the bills. Yeah, well, I'm not making a book that large. It's too much work. So do I charge for a commission? For 8.5 by 11 full color, includes line arts is 90 plus shipping. So that's what this looks like. Here's the Green Lantern. Here's the Lions. 11 by 17s get way bigger, and I tend to save those for like Kickstarters and stuff. And I'm working on tonal commissions. So I'll be able to do something a little bit more affordable for people. And it doesn't eat up a lot of my time. Like, this is a 6 by 9 Wonder Woman tonal, you know? I will not be offering digital colors and for commissions. It's too much effort. Yeah, I'm booked through right now till sometime in December. I'm 2 months behind because I moved from San Diego to Idaho, and it like this was supposed to be done like in June, but I kept putting it off because of everything else and working out the backgrounds. So the guy's been pretty patient. 2019, no. The goal, once I'm all caught up, is about four a month, you know, and then save big ones for the Kickstarters. But I stream everything, so you get to see how it's all made. And I make speed paint videos and stuff out of it, so I got the speed draw version of this will be up this week. And then I'll do the speed Copic next week. Yes, I am, but I gotta finish the power prints first. All things in. I didn't think I'd have to rebuild my entire studio this year, but okay. Oh, thanks, Michelle. The print game. There will be a lot of different things, Hector. So, art books, you know. I'll probably still do prints for the foreseeable future, but not like I did this last one. As for the 4 months, this guy got a hell of a deal, so he can wait. This is one of those unplanned commissions. So, like I could see myself doing a print run for like a week or two, and then just adding like one stretch goal, you know, like 5 new prints. Then we can all sort of like vote on what those will be, you know. But not like last time. Shit got out of hand. So I'm on the hook to get it done, but it won't be happening like that again. Okay. Look, Tiger, I don't want to get into this conversation too much, you know? If you draw something, it's your original art. You kind of own the copyright on that, you know? I don't put up anything more than 5 at a time on Etsy. I don't keep a giant Etsy store with millions of prints on there. So yeah, if you have hundreds of prints, eventually someone's going to file a complaint, you know? If you get a complaint, you just take it down. But if your whole store is filled with nothing but fucking crazy ass prints, there you go. You know? And I don't use names. I don't list, you know, I don't tag a bunch of stuff. If you're afraid to do something, then don't do it. You know, I've already been through. I'm not going to sit here and. I hate getting into legal conversations, folks. I just want to be out of it if it's all the same to you. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I know what I'm going to do. So it's about the end of it. Just gets me riled up. I'm not bothered with you. It just. We had a whole like 4 hour conversation about it the other night that just got me all worked up for no reason. Just don't care. This part gotta be a little patient with the skin. Right now, all my free time's focused on figuring my way through Game Cave. Would you all rather read a novel with a comic or straight like comic book? Just curious. Like when you see wall of text, is that like be like, ah, I'm not interested? See, one of the reasons why I first started going down the novel path was I didn't have the time to draw and color a bunch of shit sequentially. It eats up a lot of time. But uh, with the recent, like doing the limited color thing, I'm wondering. Oh no, I gotta do some tests. I would never just write a book. There's always be some kind of imagery, you know. That needs to dry. That needs to dry. It needs to dry. The only problem with straight comics are they just they leave so much to be desired. Like there's so little you can do in terms of narrative. You know. But there's also another problem. I don't want to write a bunch of stuff and no one ever reads it. You know. And two, I'm really not in the mood to deal with grammar Nazis. You know. So it's a thought. I don't. I mean, look, if they'll complain about J.K. Rowling, you know, and her ability to write, then they'll complain about anything. So, no. And it's not quite like a light novel, so I'm just gonna have to sit down and this week and just start seeing how it goes. Actually, that's gonna have to go probably more into the dark. Thanks, Potato. Yeah, some people were getting a little worked up about the whole gun thing earlier. I'm like, it's the Dark Knight Returns. He's like, yeah, but he even breaks guns in there. Then I started thinking about it. Like, I don't ever see Batman using guns against people. Mostly, fuck a code. It's probably just too easy for him. You know, like he doesn't need guns. Guns are just they don't even scare people. They'll just achieve the wrong goal. But you know, if metahumans show up in his fucking town, I mean, ninja skills ain't gonna stop the Flash, bro. Right? Yeah, I just don't know how much of the novel part. Heck, there it's hard to link them up. I'm almost wondering if there should be far less and more images. I just haven't figured out what that balance is. You know. I always imagined he was hunting Kryptonians. I would always do that. I mean, like I said, it's going to be like that. It would be like it's going to be like you'll see new characters, the new locations, establishing shots. I'm just figuring out what the balance is. You know, what I don't have time to do is spend 300 pages to get to basic storytelling. You know, like mangas go on forever. I don't have that kind of time. So novel helps you kind of cover a lot of ground. You know. Yeah, that's my own thing. So I can do whatever I want. But, you know. Boop, 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 boop. Have you ever seen the Shingu from Christopher Meek? No, I'll check it out. Even though the sneak piece, the real tough guy layout that was in the binder. Yeah, eventually I'll get around to all these dudes. Let's let the cape sit there for a little bit. Um, I'll render out this hand before I work on. I kind of already have a template built. If you look at the recent Game Cave development blog, you can kind of see me walking through it. I just don't know what the ratio should be. So, I don't know. It's a flip-flop until I decide to go one way instead of the other, you know? The comic novel was one page. I'll check it out. I'll check it out, Michelle. Thanks. Huh? Bro, I got my coffee right here. Crazy? Don Francisco's hazelnut. Black. I like my coffee like my women. Or like, it was men though, isn't that what she said on Airplane? I'm sorry, I like my coffee like my men. That little girl, it's hilarious. They ain't gonna make movies like that anymore. I think art should be like that though, Tiger. I think it should speak to some people, not other people. I think what I think it should be visceral. I think you should straight up love something or dislike it. What I tend to personally find uh, disheartening, if that's a word, is when art becomes homogenized to appeal to everybody. You know, case in point, like all of the art that's on Avengers merchandise, right? It's all these sort of like generic, very, very non artistic pieces of art. Very well rendered, very well airbrushed, but there's nothing artistic about it. Nothing to turn anyone off, just generically, you know. Hmm. That needs to dry. And then I'm going to start with C3. I always think it should be like this. I don't think Batman's first choice is to kill, you know? I think his first choice is to make people suffer and be brought to justice. But I don't really see him being inherently against it. And I don't see him needing to use, like, pistols to the face like the Punisher. You know? Omar Dogan. Nice. I think Batman should always ride the line. Like, you know? And then he could always be like one step, away from, like, if he, one bad day. It's like Arrow. Like, the minute they stopped letting him kill people, I was like, this fucking is ridiculous, you know? That could have been the big difference between Batman and Arrow is that, Green Arrow would be like, arrow to the head. That's how you take out a dude. My problem with Batman v Superman is the world building was just confusing and poorly thought out. So, you know, the actors showed up, the visual effects people showed up, but the world building just left way too many questions. I covered it in a podcast. We did 2 hours on it. But if Star Trek has taught me anything, it's irrelevant if they make a bad movie. They can always fix it. you know, go watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Not a great film. A lot of good Star Trek stuff in there. It's actually the most like the TV show as a movie than maybe Star Trek Beyond. Um, but not exactly slow, long, not exactly critically loved at the time. Then along comes Wrath of Khan, and you don't get that without Star Trek: The Motion Picture. So all things are possible. But I don't think Batman v Superman's a horrible movie like people put out to be. I mean, horrible fucking movies. Go watch The Shadow, fucking Phantom. That's the shit I had to sit through in the '90s. It's just with all the talent involved, really they could sit down in a writer's room and go, here's the universe we're in. Here's the timeline Batman was in. Here's the things he did. Here's the reasons why he did them. And explain those things. Versus, just sort of like, it's kind of like an Image comic versus a Valiant comic back in the day. You remember? You get like the Image like version and it's pinups, big splash pages, a lot of chiseled talk, a lot of Spartan like talk. Then you get the Valiant one and the art's so-so, but tons of story. I don't know. I didn't have a problem with the music scene, man. I think fighting a giant swarm of things just doesn't interest me anymore. We've already seen that. But there's plenty of stupid, cheesy things in Star Trek. I am not a merry man. So I don't know, Tiger, you know. No one stepped in poop. So there you go. Yeah, it just from a writing standpoint, it just needed clear goals, clear motivation, clear conflict, proper world building, you know. No shorthand. No weird, you know, there's just a lot of shorthand in the movie, you know. It's the same thing the Transformers films do. That's why they drive us nuts, you know. But we'll see. We'll see, right? I mean, I had to live through Batman and Robin. I can survive. I mean, this is not that. Not even Suicide Squad's Batman and Robin. You know, it's just all right. You know, you guys gonna have to try a little harder. You know, it's gonna take a little bit more in this. You're gonna have to actually sit down and. I mean, they got some of the greatest. My personal favorite comic book characters are DC characters, so they got the best characters, from my opinion. But if you don't do shit with them, then there you go. What I don't want is a bunch of characters showing up because just for the sake of characters showing up. You know, like what the Arrow and the Flash shows have become, they just keep adding more characters. When I'm like, that's not really what I give a shit about. I give a shit about what these current characters are thinking and feeling. I mean, how do I not know what Felicity's favorite fucking food to eat is? Because they don't deal with that stuff. But they want to keep showing you plot. Mag, I want less plot. You know, less plot, more character building. A Doctor Strange, it was fun, man. You know, I think they crammed a lot in there. You know, I kind of covered that too. Um, so, you know, they're gonna really have to start to. I mean, look, it's successful. So, you know, they did their job. I do think though that with him training and studying and stuff like that at the monasteries, there's a whole thing there. You know, that kind of gets lost in the rush to become a superhero. You know. But here you got a fucking Marvel showing you how to show off multiple dimensions, and DC struggling with figuring out like Joker, or Warner's is not really DC. Time Warner's trying to figure out how to, you know, it's kind of like, I just don't think it's that hard with Batman and Batman characters. Oh, Richard? I don't know. He comes and goes. It's hard to get a hold of. Oh yeah, Richard's fun, dude. But I can't force people on. So I invite people. I invite them. alien. Well, that makes the case for myself. Like, I don't want to see Batman fighting giant aliens unless he's got super tech. You know, like, I just like crime stories. You know, the Joker's a crime. He's a street villain, you know? He's good in a dark alley kind of thing. But, you know, you start involving things like the Flash, you know? It's like then you got to start giving them all superpowers like an Injustice video game or something. It's like that's not, you know. That's why I like shows like Daredevil where it's just street level crime, you know. Do do do. Ah, Hector, you're too kind. Yeah, Batman having guns. We had this conversation before. I think Batman having a gun to fight normal criminals is just beneath Batman. He doesn't need to do it, you know. Batman needing to invent high tech weaponry to deal with, you know, a crazed metahuman running around Gotham, you know, makes a lot more sense. I mean, ninja skills. What if there's an evil Flash running around, you know, like, or you know, Superman. He needs a hoverboard. Sure he does. Remember the Dark Knight? If I could make an original Batman comic, what would I do? I don't know. I'd like to see a comic based off that Batman animated short where it was all they were like in China. I thought that shit was awesome. So that's what I would pick. If I had unlimited power, you know, that kind of bullshit. That way, you know, you got room for interpretation. It's a cool looking universe. Yeah, you should check that one out, Potato. I'm gonna trust Hector to find a link to the animation I'm talking about. See if Hector can do that. Find a link to that Batman animation. Batman in Shanghai. Should let you post YouTube links. Generally, it lets you do that. What do I think of the Killing Joke? What do I think of the Killing Joke? You know, man, I really wish with that sort of stuff they would just keep it just like the comic. I mean, if you want to pad it out, you better have a good story. Visually, I wish it looked more like the comics. You know, I wish it looked more like Redline, you know, where they actually animated blacks and put. I really don't like the way they look. You know, they all look the same to me, and yet they all take place in different universes. So. And I sort of think like if you're gonna pad the story out, you better have a really good writer, you know, which they apparently didn't have. So Yep. Yeah, it'll all blend. It's kind of what it's designed to do. That way I can use blacks to pop things out. My material tactical armor. I like the classic costumes the best, you know. I like the mix where he's got the belts and all the extra gear too, you know. Not really good for stealthy stuff, right? But but if I had to pick one, I'd go with more classic, iconic stuff, you know. It's like trying to draw video game characters. Like I love Overwatch. Drawing the characters is incredibly fucking. That's why a lot of people just keep redrawing the the renders, right? A lot of the artists just them redrawing pictures of the renders because the characters are so detailed because you can do anything in a computer. But the iconic look of a Batman costume, the classic, anyone can draw that. So I prefer with the iconic if I have my choice. Yeah, and you'll spend like hours just trying to get the boots all technically detailed. And I know I've drawn the characters several times. It's just it's I get it. I mean, characters are on screen. It's just a modern way of doing things. Like I'm not against it, but it is funny. Welcome to being an artist, right? I'm sure it's a legal issue, you know. I've been a fan of Arnold stuff since what, Dreamwave? So, come on, it's enough. No. Do I print my original? Both. And no, I'm not going to say where I get my prints from because it just leads to trouble. There are plenty of places online you can go look. Jack Prints is pretty good. Or find someone local. Last time I recommended a printer and it didn't go right, I had to hear about it. You know? So, I stay out of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got some people I'm going through. So, forgot I can't use it. I'm supposed to have the tonal prints in tomorrow. So, oh yeah. Yeah, my career has been tumultuous at best, would be a word. It's a pretty big word. Pretty big word for me. Disheartening. A real fucking pain in my ass. But I'm working on it, you know. Working on changing that. All right, folks, give me a minute. I gotta go heat up my coffee and let my dog out. Give me a second. Night, Hector. Oh, scheiße. I didn't even see that. It's a good question. That'd be a fun story, just them playing cards. I don't think the card game would be the point between those two, right? Like Mignola, I just like his art when it's more structured versus like outlines and stuff, you know? At some point, I got a lot of work I'm in the middle of, but believe me, it's on my list for next year. Have I met Todd? Many times. I met Todd McFarlane the first time in 1992 at the launch of Image Comics in San Diego Comic Con. Never met him in a professional capacity, just as a fan. He's the only guy at this point in my life that I would drop everything and work for, if that was a possibility. Probably won't, but sure. He's a busy guy. Nah, you just let it go, right? I mean, where does Superman put the boots? Later, Liam. Peace. Oh no, I do a small color guide so I know what I want to use for the character, and then I do a small background test. I don't do the whole thing, but like I did a quick test for the background. And then I just hope it all comes together. Right? No. Go. Go on. What kind of paper do you print on or to do? This is just B marker paper. BEE. You can use laser paper if you can't find it. It's not quite as good, but that's laser paper. So I prefer this paper. It's my personal preference, but for marker and color pencil work. I draw on 67-pound cardstock half the time. Super cheap. So this is the drawing. And it's got a little texture to it, which I like when I ink. But I'll do my test on the laser paper because it's super cheap. You know, I can get 500 sheets for like 20 bucks, 30 bucks. How many tests do I do? Usually one or two. Usually one, but sometimes there was more test on this one um, for the line tinting because I got a new printer and the color was not rendering the way my old printer used to. But I usually get it down in one print. Sometimes I need two if I'm uncertain. I try to test using the mixed media because if you do a digital test, it won't always work out. Thanks, Eric. It takes a little bit of effort, you know. It's a cross between the markers and the color pencil. Allows me to get the saturation, add the deep blacks, but keep it smooth. Yeah, it's a commission. A lot of this contrast work has been my developments on the smaller pieces, though, you know. So it's just been like mixing the color pencils with the Copics. Yeah, it's recent, as of around May or so, somewhere around there. direction. The limits of markers, like they don't see, like they can build up, and this paper will build up. But what happens is eventually it'll start to have this marker look, and it starts to just smush around. And what I wanted was an intensity, a saturation. So I needed something that was semi-opaque. Markers are kind of like watercolor, that they're semi-transparent, right? And they'll build up, but they don't. It's hard to get strong contrast out of them without the use of blacks, obviously. So I started using, black marker, and black markers suck. So I started using black color pencil just because it won't smear one like lead. And then I started, I bought a set of color pencils, 36, whatever. Polychromos are the ones that I like them the most. I still use a few Prismacolors because, like this right here, I like this. They don't have that in Polychromos. So it was just deductive reasoning, what I was trying to get out of the pieces, I wanted an intensity of color, like this looks way better even in person than what you're seeing here, So my goal with commissions isn't so much just to draw a bunch of heads and get paid, or draw a bunch of characters and get paid. It really is trying to put a piece of art on your wall, And color pencils are pretty good for Drew Struzan, so, I'm like, okay, why don't I do that? So, and it's worked out. And then I started working in the backgrounds with Distress ink, and so with the smaller pieces, like, see this Green Lantern? Like, this is marker with color pencil and then Distress ink background, you know? So, yeah, that's not going to work out. Ah, thanks. Yeah, me too. It solved a problem I was having. A lack of intensity. And I used to use color pencil a lot when I was a kid. So I already know how it works. This is distressing. It's this whole background here. The lightning bolt's charcoal pencil. So I do all my backgrounds with them in lieu of like an airbrush or something. The markers don't work very well at all for background coverage. I have an art tips video, how to make BGs with using distress ink, if you want to see. I need to get a new marker. I mean, color pencil. Nope, just my own stuff. The only thing I'm doing now on the side is I have some covers for Megavisions. I was working with IDW, but they made me wait 9 months in between covers, and I just I just couldn't wait that long. You know? I just had to turn down a project they sent me. They're like, well, we get this. I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, I got them in a bind. I'm like, not my fault, bro. No, there's nothing I can do. You know? My career has been difficult. They keep putting me on kitty books and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's old. I gotta work on contrast all the way down this way. It's like I'm always the guy. I don't know, man. I don't get these publishers, you know. I did this cover for this magazine a couple months ago and they needed it, you know. We need it now. We're in a bind. You know, I get it done and it's like I'm still waiting to get paid on that. You know? It's like so I've just tried to like create my own little space on the internet, you know. I don't get publishers, you know. I don't understand. They contact me. I do talk to people at cons, but I don't know, man. Never seems to work out. You follow back up and they're like, it's weird. It's weird. Like I had Hasbro hit me up early last year or late last year and, was loving the stuff I was doing. Hey, could you do some of this on a project we're working on? I'm like, sure. Okay, go online, fill out this whole online thing you gotta fill out, you know. I'm like, all right. So I go online, I sign up on their thing, put all my art in there, and then that's it. Nothing, you know. Email back, hey, so what's up? Nothing. It's my dream job. I don't know. Right now I'm doing this full time, so that's cool. You don't have a contract that you use with your clients? Yeah, but how am I going to enforce the contract? You have to give me work. I can't make IDW sign a contract. You can invoice. You have 30 days, but oh well. I mean, I can eventually file paperwork with whatever city they're in, to put a lien to get the fucking money back, but it's like, how long you gotta wait? You gotta wait, what, a year to get $300? You know? It's like this guy's like, now he's like, I'm in a bind. I'm like, where were you the last year? I was supposed to draw all the covers for Skylanders. And bro, I turned that shit in early. I was meeting every deadline, dude. Hooking that shit up. I even did some interior pages. Met my deadlines. Then they're like, we were doing really great. We want you to put you on this other project. It's gaming related. I'm like, all right. I hooked that shit up. And then they fucking disappear for 9 months. You know? Now they're like, oh, we need those other covers. I'm like, they never replied to emails, never got back. I mean, I'm like, well, what's going on, man? Like, well, we've been in limbo with this. I'm like, you can't just make me wait 9 months. You know? I'm not contracted to do anything. It's not like, they're paying me whether they give me work or not, or they go, hey, you got this. It isn't. It's just, you know, they send some emails out and go, oh, you're that guy. As for other comic companies, I've sent stuff out. I've never had one comic company ever, independent or whatever, ever hit me back with stuff. Ever. You know? I don't know how to break into the industry, if you really want my opinion. Short of doing my own thing. And I'm not going to sit here and draw like, Jim Lee just so I can get into DC. I don't know, guys. That's why we're here on YouTube. How does the commission for now work? Yeah, they pay in front. Get the money first. You know? It's a better plan. Oh, believe me, everywhere I go, it's can you draw like this guy? When I was at Ape and even at IDW, can you draw like Cheeks? Can you draw like Galloway? Draw like J. Scott Campbell over at Big Dog or Aspen. Can you draw like it's like just tired of it. I did it for 10 years. Gets old. I was feeling bad about this cover. I'm like, I gotta get this shit done for these people. Then today I'm like, man, I really don't. I really don't have to do anything. You know? They disappeared for 9 months. you know? And now what? I gotta not get this done for the guy who paid up front so I can go get their legitimate cover done? Fuck that. I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, sorry, but it's not happening. You know, you want artists to keep working with you, keep them busy. Keep them on things. You know, throw them something every now and then. Hey, man, here's some shit I know you'd love to work on. You know? But we know Rob loves turtles. Here's some turtle sketch covers. You know what I mean? Some variants. Nothing. I can't get one fucking thing. You know? They want to keep putting me on like fucking Richie Rich shit, you know? Like, I'm done, man. I'm tapped out. I'm no longer interested. Everyone I know is like, Transformers, G.I. Joe? I'm like, nope, they won't let me. Why? Because they're busy. They got all their current artists are doing it. You know, it's hard to get in. I mean, that's the thing you got to remember too. Anytime you take a job, someone else ain't doing it. You know? So if I'm drawing a Transformers cover, that means whoever was drawing them before ain't getting that money. So, you know? Why do you think it's the same people? Well, you think they're just super talented? There's like not enough talent in the world? It's like they're friends. You know? Tell me about it, man. I hooked 8 covers up with that shit. Like I've paid my dues, man. You know, I'm done. Gave him the best Richie Rich art ever fucking made. Yeah, so now I gotta reply to this guy's email tonight and be like, look, dude, you know, let's talk about who puts who in a bind. Yeah. I'm a little cheesed out with these people. I mean, all this stuff, all this commission stuff, man, this is all because they wouldn't pay me. I was not getting paid or getting steady work. So I created this. And now I'm told from these people, like, well, you know, that stuff's just fan art. I'm like, this shit's paying my bills, asshole. So unless you got a fucking better way, you know, if you want to help out with that, Mr. Publisher, I would love to work for you. But what I'm not going to do is sit here for 9 months out the year waiting to get $300 a cover, dude. You know, I don't see the benefit to this. I don't live in fucking Uruguay, dude. I can't afford that. It's like I'm actually somewhat friendly with Kevin Eastman. I did some personal work for him. Saw him last year, October. Hung out with him all fucking day. And he's like, oh, Rob, oh, Rob. I'm like, hey, man, you know, you want to do anything, let me know. Here's my current work. Here's what I can do now, you know? And he wanted me to, like, work on little kids' books, you know, like children's books. I'm like, you don't have anything, dude? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing. No turtles, no heavy, nothing. Like, I wasn't, why do I have to be that fucking guy? What did I ever do? You know? So what am I going to do? Sit here all day drawing some little kid shit, you know, for nothing and then whatever, you know? Like that ain't going to help. No one's going to be like, "Oh man, that's amazing." You know? So I'm going to send this guy an email. It's going to be a nice Jerry Maguire moment. You know, it's going to be fun. Because I've never really told these cats off before, but now it's going to be like, look, dude, you know, I got more talent than half the fucking people working for you. Like, straight up, dude, I'm just as good as anybody there with the fucking name. I don't understand why I got to get put on bullshit, you know, year after year. I'm 38 years old. I want to work on some cool shit. If that shit ain't available, I'm moving on with my life. I'm already working on my own stuff, you know. So, but I mean, look, here's the thing, right? I'm working on my own stuff, but the thing is, I'm not stupid, you know? You want to become famous, you're not going to really get famous for your own shit. Like, there are some people who did that, but statistically speaking, bro, like, you know, if my career's been any indicator, I'm, you know, the odds of that happening for me, it'll just be like, you know, it'll be something I do, earn a few bucks, move on to the next thing, earn a few bucks. In terms of actually developing a name, it's just not, I mean, so that's the plan because I don't have any other plan, you know? All the other options seem to not exist, you know? And I'm not like a bitter dude about it. Like, it's not stopping me from working. It's just like sitting here looking at this email from this guy. And I'm like, you know, I can't believe he's in a bind, you know? Type of children's book. Man, just some stupid shit, man. Nothing even cool. Just some, you know, something really dumb. You know, like, so dumb that even I'm like, I can't do it, man. You know, there's no future in this. I've taken on so many of those projects thinking they'll lead me to, you know, oh, Rob came through, you know, we'll recommend him for this other thing. It's never happened. You know, it's never happened. Wasted 10 years doing this. You know? So, I gotta take IDW off my fucking publishers list, you know? Guess I'm not working with them anymore. I think it's a real shame, you know? That's what I think. I think it's a colossal waste of effort and opportunity, you know? Why I can't be put on the variant list for some of their fucking covers or, but you know, whatever. You know? We move on. We'll find another way. That's what we do here at SketchCraft. Find a way to continue regardless. But I'm not going to continue this little game with them where, you know, I get to work on bullshit projects. And those bullshit projects eat in to my own personal projects or even like my weekend, you know? There needs to be a reward for this. Something. Yeah, because of this shit. I had to get out of California. I had to get someplace where I could mitigate the cost of living, you know? Just couldn't do it anymore. My wife just happened to have an opportunity to work up here, so if it wasn't this, I'd have been looking at someplace really remote. So I don't have to do it no more. Look, man, I never expected to be rich or famous or anything. I just wanted to be an artist, you know. So when I don't get to play, when I don't get to participate, you know, all I'm doing is working. It's not like I'm sitting here fucking playing Overwatch all day, you know. It's like what I ever do. Anyhow, it is what it is, man. So no, I'm not working on any big projects. Short answer. I like it. Moves at my pace, you know. That needs to dry. Huh? Pff, no problem. I don't mind talking to people. Some nights I can't because I'm just too burnt out. Um, but yeah, I don't have a problem talking to people, man. Fans have kept us all going. Yeah. So Oh, sorry to hear that. Steven seems like a cool guy. Never met him, but, you know. That sounds unfortunate. Well, I always bring it back to a Comic Con in 95, 96. I think it was 95. Tony Daniel had just been announced as doing issues on Spawn. He was going to do every other issue. Him and his buddy Kevin Conrad. Um, and so I was at Comic Con, San Diego Con, right? Because I lived in San Diego. And so uh, I sought this guy down because he was there. And I was like, oh my God, you're going to redraw on Spawn. It's amazing. Can I get a Spawn sketch? And all I had, because I was a poor little kid, man, um, all I had was my comic book backing because I just bought an issue of Spawn, right? So, like, could you draw it on this? And he refused to, do that because he was like, oh, you can resell it. I'm like, that's one of the most weirdest things ever to me. And I'm like, I'm not, what? Resell it? I'm like, huh? And then he was just like making fun of me and like talking shit. And his buddy Kevin was like, hey, he's just a kid. He's like, I don't care. Fuck this kid. I'm like, fuck me. Fuck you, man. Like, for real, dude. So I never once read those issues of Spawn to this day. They're in my collected issues. I just skip over them. You know, and look, the dude's a grown man now. He's probably got kids and shit. He's not the same dude. But I can't seem to shake that experience. I'm not saying that happened to you, but you know. So I always think about that. Like I don't want to be that guy. You know, I don't want. I don't want to be that. I don't ever want to be that guy who's like, hey, if I can't do something, I'll be like, hey, I'm not really in the mood, but send me an email and I will definitely get back to it at some point. You know, but I just try to remember, like that kind of shit. You know. Tony Daniel. He's drawing Batman now. This is way back in like '95. And don't go giving Tony Daniel grief. I'm just, it's just an experience I had, and I don't ever want to be that dude. Give me a second. I gotta get another color pencil out. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm not going to the Phoenix Con, but I do go to the Amazing Vegas Con in February. At least I will this year. I don't know if I'll go next year. We'll see how it goes. If it's a repeat of last year, I won't be doing that one again. And the Amazing Vegas. That one I like. Yeah, when you got your own booth, it's hard to get around. Even I can't see everyone that people I'm like, oh, they're here, oh, I'll go by. I just, you're too busy taking care of your own situation. Yeah, the Amazing Phoenix is in February and the Amazing Vegas is in June. I already paid for those booths. Oh, those guys are cool, yeah. Yeah, Capula's always been dope, man. First time I met him was at the '94 Image Con. That was a shitty convention, but that was a good place to meet people because it wasn't promoted. Bad for them, good for me. Vegas. Well, at least with Vegas, if the con goes bad, you can always throw a few bucks down on the slot machines and make your money back, maybe. At least you have a chance to, right? That's never been a great con. I mean, I've done well at them, but like that's one of those rare I did well but no one else did kind of things. Yeah, it's not really a repeatable situation. I just don't care for shows. Like I only do, I got my own thing. I do the Kickstarters or whatever you want, crowdfunding. You know, and internet work. It's the least amount of money I have to put down. You know. And before, with the day job, when I had the day job, it's like I had to take vacation time to go do cons. I mean, fuck that. You know. It's a money making scheme for the promoters. Usually, the guys who run those shows are comic book shop dudes, and they're just doing it to get some celebrities in who will sign stuff for them to resell. That's why. There's a lot of that going on, man. At least with the Vegas con, Jimmy J really puts a lot of artists first. He's putting Capullo, like marquee shit. But when it's all like celebrities, you know, guys from like WrestleMania and shit, it's like, man, I love my wrestling, dude. But when it's when Virgil's headlining, don't go to that con. You know, well, sometimes it works out that way. Hey, there you are, Brandon. Hello? Can't hear you, Brandon.
Hello, everybody.
There you go.
The mute button was on. Um, did you text me? Because I never got a text or anything, but then
Yep.
I just never got it. I don't know. My phone's been acting a little weird. But I mean, you experienced that yesterday when we turned on call.
Yeah, I remember.
Looking good. Looks badass.
Yeah, it's getting there. Color pencils eat up more time, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I sent you the email of those what I was supposed to be working on today. So I know you won't be able to look at them tonight or anything, but I got them done as far as concept goes.
You sent it to the SketchCraft email?
My story.
Alright.
So got those done. Then tomorrow I'll start working on the timestamp and everything after before and after we record. How many hours are you on this one so far?
Oh, around 3. But I did take like 20 minutes off on breaks or so, so about 3.
Nice.
I don't know, man. I'm not really rushing it, you know.
Right. Are you gonna try to get it done tonight?
It's not going to get done tonight, bro. I'm trying to get to sleep on time.
Yeah.
Just trying to get I just gave up on that when I was just talking about that. So I sent an email off to those guys, right?
Uh huh.
And I'm like, hey, you guys disappeared for 9 months. I took on other stuff. I just I can't do it, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And it's like, I'm in a bind. Can you do anything to help out? I'm like, what part of fucking, you know what I mean? Like, great, you're in a bind, bro. But,
Yeah.
now I'm getting mad because I'm like, where the fuck were you guys 9 months ago? You
Yeah.
know? Like, I thought I was building a relationship, knocking out, but, it goes to show you, dude, there's just no loyalty. There's none.
No, you're just a hired gun.
Yeah, so no, don't hire me anymore. I'm useless. Or as they said, irrelevant.
Right.
Same guy.
Wow.
Even when I left, I invited him to lunch. I'm like, hey, want to go to lunch before I go?
All right.
Not even a reply back.
Well, I mean, it just shows. I mean, shit. I was willing to drive all the way to California if you needed. These people won't even go to a lunch. You know what I mean? They just
Yeah, so
the way
they're
things
not
are.
doing me any favors. I'm not doing you any favors. Whatever. It's just a waste. Got a bunch of fucking Skylanders covers. They'll do nothing for me ever.
Um. Hmm. F hand asks, is it quiet for anyone else? Um. I think everybody's been responding and
Yeah,
hearing it, so it might be you.
just you.
Maybe
And if you can't
reload the
hear
page.
us,
Oh yeah. If you can't hear us, then oh man, that's like trying to high five a blind person, right there.
yes, I'm gonna
So
give him
close.
the Jerry Maguire email here when I get done tonight. Just sit there and be like, you know what, man, straight up. Here's the deal. I'm pissed
Right.
off. You're in a bind. I had to move to another fucking state because of people like you. It's like I painted that fucking tail for Tom. You think you just send me some money? Why do I even have to invoice for that shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just send me some fucking cash for that. Not even a follow up. Hey man, I gotta go and you know what I mean. Make all that shit happen. Whatever. Whatever. Just show me some new game. That's what I want. It's the old game that's like ridiculous. Show me what you've got. You know, like that. Show me what you've got.
F Hand says, I believe I fixed it. Well, if you fixed it, you're hearing the voice of me now.
Sweet sounds of potato. Thanks, Crusher.
Is this one with the markers and such going to be a print, or are you going to want to do the
It's
red?
gonna be a print as it already is. A red.
No, I
print.
know. I know you have the red one.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if we were going to also do a color one. I
No,
couldn't
this is
remember.
the color version.
Okay.
Period. Are you crazy? You think the Rick and Morty thing is like the normal? I'm just gonna do 5 versions of every fucking thing.
No, I'm saying in the past you would take your Copic commission and you would maybe add a little bit of edits in the computer, and that would be a
No,
print.
no, no. I'm not doing that shit. I'm doing the background's gonna be distressing with the lightning bolt.
Okay.
No, man, it's gonna be like you bought a print that was actually hand drawn. You know, like half the other fucking people.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm just asking.
Like those chicks that are all dressed up in fucking lingerie and umbrellas and shit, and they got those fucking giant paintings where they just paint chicks with giant fucking eyes and tentacles and shit. You know, somehow fucking do 14 grand at Comic Con, like that kind of shit.
Ash said, the voice you are hearing is Richard Kiley. We spared no expense.
It's a
I don't
Jurassic
know who
Park.
that is.
It's a Jurassic Park joke. We spared no expense.
Oh, with that video in the beginning
Yeah.
where they're in the tour. Gotcha. And Josh says, oh man, this one is looking mad cool.
No, it's Batman, right? It's hard to fuck Batman up.
Rob said, thanks. I appreciate it, Josh. I'm working hard. I'm like your interpreter.
Thank you for that.
It was funny, Ash. I just
Don't
It's
don't feel
near-
bad, Ash. I don't really let Brandon make the jokes. You know,
So, anyways,
he
I thought it
can
was
be the
funny once
joke.
that.
That's okay. You know, that seems to work out.
Yeah.
It's true. I've many a cast where that one pans out. That's like what they ask you at con, right?
Hmm. I love meeting fans at cons that listen to this and come up and say nice, wonderful things.
They do.
Uh huh.
To me.
About you.
Yeah. How do you put up with that guy? I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, let's just talk about him like he's not here.
And you do.
Yeah, I do.
I I slowly fade into the background if
Yeah.
there's an interview or
Well, you know,
someone
I
in the
can hear the
chat.
sandwich being eaten. You know,
I just fade into the background. They're like, "Who's that guy?" Oh,
we can hear that.
he's whatever.
That never goes away. You can hear the sound of you stressing trying to color a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That I'm like he's white. Like I don't understand. That was the best. I'm like you can't stress over coloring a white marshmallow. Like
Moving forward, I will be doing just head, chest, shoulders, bust shots. There won't be any more of that elaborate 80 things going on in a shot. It's you get a nice
the heck you
head
say?
bust color with some distressing flowing in a nice way,
Oh,
and it'll look
no more
great.
Luke Skywalker with Green Lantern rings and shit.
No, it's ridiculous. Hey man, before joining the SketchCraft team, all right, I had to make money. So people who got turned down by other artists to do these stupid, crazy ideas, they'd come to me, and I'm like, well, shit, I need money, so I'll do it. And then before I knew it, I got all these people always coming up. Oh, hey, I told
You
my
could
buddy
still be
you
that
do this,
guy. I
that.
just don't want
No,
anything to do with it.
no, I'm not. Now that I am sometimes, depending on the day, a part of the SketchCraft team, I'm never going back to that. Moving forward, it'll be head, bust, shoulders, maybe a logo or emblem on the character, and beautiful distress ink is the background. It'll look great. It'll be marked up, and people will love it. You're not going to get some crazy pose, but you'll get some cool art. So yeah, stressing out because of just how much people want nowadays, and they always come to me. So Cole asks, do you ever find yourself overworking areas of a piece?
Mm,
I'd say Rob does
I-
not. He works the piece as much as it needs to be popped out, pushed in, or colored, and then once he really thinks it's finished, he moves on. Occasionally he'll go back and touch a few spots up, but I think you
My
spend so much.
judgment on this comes from having worked in art departments where I've wasted my entire day and the initial sketch looked better. You know?
Yeah.
Like, Brandon got to experience a little bit of that, you know?
Hmm.
And he knows that the people that I worked for were very. You think I'm stressful? Hmm.
I had, I think, a couple heart attacks while I was working there. Maybe
Very close. You were on your way to a serious issue. So I know the
I
difference.
lost about 5 pounds sweating.
I
So
know
that
the
was good.
difference between spending too much time on something and something needs time to be spent on. Like the piece needs a certain amount of stuff, you know. I think I know the difference at this point. You know, I think there's something to be said too for knowing what you're capable of doing. Some artists can sit down, done. You know, some artists it takes a little more effort. For me, it takes a little more effort. So I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, you know, I'm not getting paid enough per hour to do this, and so I only charge this much. So this is how much per hour. That means this many hours I can work on. So I don't work like that's not art, right? That's not art. That's a fucking job at Starbucks. You know,
Yeah.
artists used to spend. I mean, I met this chick who painted pineapples. She's in her 50s. She'd start painting a pineapple and then put it on her fucking mantle and look at it for 2 weeks before continuing to work on it. You know, she'd just think about what it needed. And I was like, son of a fucking, how long? You know, like, sort of making me really think about it. Like, you know, I'm not rushing through. And Jesus Christ. I mean, she couldn't draw this Batman in 6 hours. You know what I mean? Like when you really think
All
about
right.
it, take repainting photos of fucking pineapple. So what we're really talking about here.
Josh says nothing wrong with pimping yourself out to make some cash, B. But
The
yeah,
problem is
definitely.
I get suckered into those fucking plans. You guys go listen to the podcast, Sketchcraft Live podcast playlist. Go listen to the amazing Vegas Con wrap up. You'll hear the fucking story. This
Hey man,
motherfucker.
yeah. Well, first
well,
off,
well.
let's emphasize that I came into this relationship with some baggage, and
Tell
the
me some
bag.
shit I don't know. What I like is
So
how you didn't
we're,
have
we're
baggage until I finally got you to take the fucking which pill is it? The blue pill or the red pill? I got you to take the red pill. And now you're like, oh shit.
yeah, and I'm trying to make everything better. I'm doing every step possible to be a better artist, to actually contribute to Sketchcraft more than I have in the past, and not deal with bullshit anymore. So it's just a matter of weeding out all the bad habits. It's like artist rehab. We're just fleshing out all the bad shit and
Yeah, and everyone's like,
putting in
why
good
you put
stuff.
up with the shit I hear that you don't even hear? Why you put up with this guy? I'm like, well, I don't know.
I'm accountable for the most part.
It's slowly getting done.
I'm dependable.
Yeah, it's a project, Brandon. Like anything else, it's a project.
It's whatever. But yeah, Josh, ugh, I've done some commissions where I didn't even take pictures, sign. I did one commission that I don't want to talk about, but I had a con that I took it home, did it home, brought it the next day. I didn't even sign it. I was just like, this is a weird commission, and I don't want my name on it if someone takes a picture and passes it around. And I've done some. One time, how me and Rob first started talking was this mermaid guy who wanted mermaid characters, and Rob, did some sketches for him, and then eventually turned him down. And then Rob knew I was there at the con, and I bought art from Rob. Rob's like, "Hey, why don't you go check out this guy down here at the end? He'll do
Yeah,
some
I
good
sent
mermaid
I
stuff for
sent
you."
the mermaid guy over to Brandon.
He sent it to
I
me,
think that
and
was the first con I met you actually,
yeah.
because you were
So
struggling for cash that con.
probably, so see, you
Yeah,
started the odd
because
request.
what I didn't realize about that con was that you were coming from your crazy little pocket universe where you were probably doing pretty good. Then you came out to LA and realized you don't mean shit out there.
I,
That's exactly what happened. Because
and then
I
you,
hadn't been to any of the Phoenix areas at the time. Like, what does this guy think? What made this guy think he'd come all the way out to fucking Anaheim and do anything, or Long Beach? Like, I'm like, I don't get this mother.
I was pulling in a couple grand at cons in Arizona for a
Yeah,
little
but those
while.
cons are a figment of your fucking imagination. You know what I mean? Like, they don't exist in the real world. Like, that's
Am I chasing Amy?
Yeah, it's like it just yeah, for real. Like, because when I went out there, I'm like, oh, then when I first went out there, I was like, this is why Brandon came. Then I started laughing. He thinks this is real, like,
Okay.
like this is
So,
normal.
anyways, I don't want to hear it. Cole
hmm
said, "What's the weirdest commission you both have ever done?"
The weirdest commission I ever did. The
Yeah.
fucking stupid thing you made me do. The fucking play school looking Luke Skywalker with a fucking Blue Lantern ring. That's it, Brandon. Vegas Con wrap up.
I
Sketchcraft
won't.
Live
I won't
podcast. Go
go into.
listen to it,
I
folks.
won't go into too much detail about the weirdest one, but it was basically a very over sexual mummy, a mummy girl chick thing. It was weird. That was one of them. And then the same people asked me
See,
to
here's the
draw.
thing, though, right, Brandon? Like, here's the thing with
Uh,
those kinds of commissions. Here's why I don't take them. Because I can sit at my table, draw a Wolverine, right? Color
uh,
it up, put $20 on it, and leave it on the table, and it'll sell. I don't need to take those commissions. You know what I mean? Like, for whatever that commission sells, you can just draw a regular character. Everyone knows, put it up there, and it'll fucking sell. Like, you just put it up. Who would, like, so if
yeah.
people are going to commission you for things, let them be for something that, there has to be tit for tat, dude. Like, when it's just weird fucking shit,
Right.
who needs
Well,
that?
I get that, and that's why we're pre-prepping for the next con to where if I do a sketch or if I just,
Well, no, it's the same
if I,
reason, Brendan, why I don't like art challenges. Let's have an
yeah,
art challenge. I don't. You know what? I had a challenge. All right, it's called go into a fucking job where you're expected to draw and you get cursed at all fucking day. I don't need your fucking art challenges. Like I need to challenge myself. Or I need a bunch of artists to sit around and give me critique. Like I, I don't need that.
right.
you know.
I agree. And, because we talked about it with the commissions. Like, I want to be able to do like you do, where if you do a commission at a con, you take a picture of it, you can maybe reuse that for something, or have it for something else. So, like, let's say I'm sitting there and I don't have a commission due, but I do a Wolverine sketch, 5x7, cool Wolverine head sketch or whatever. I could put that out, and maybe someone will come by and buy it, or just like if you do a commission, you want to take a picture of it and you want it to look good and be used in the future. Like this commission right here, you're making it and you could turn it into a print. So I want to be able to do that. So moving forward, there's no more mix matching characters. There's no more
You see what I'm
crazy
talking about
stuff.
the cape though,
Yeah.
compared to what you did with that one cape.
No, I get it now. Yeah, I see it. Um, that's just more of me, understanding color and shading. Moving forward.
Any kind of rendering.
Mm-hmm.
Don't color like it's a Sharpie pen.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another one.
I know. I know you are.
Um, Cole said the weirdest one I had was a Duke Nukem mixed with a duck. Duke, so Duke,
Duck
duck,
Nukem.
Duck Nukem.
Yeah, Duck Nukem.
That's
I
funny.
don't know, man. Like if I had,
But I'm not
yeah, you know what I mean. Like if I had worked on Duke Nukem, maybe
right.
that sort of thing. I guess given, especially like after my father passed, and then my mom passed, like I'm just really cognizant of how I'm spending my time. Like what am I spending it on? You know, is this a valid use of my time? You know,
Right.
it's fun when you're younger and you're starting out. And you just kind of want some goofy, you want to have a good time. But Brandon's seen art for me as a chore. Like it is a literal fucking. Like, I enjoy doing it, but it's a lot of work for me. I'm not fucking what's his face, the guy from Invincible. I'm not gonna sit around and just draw fucking monsters and shit all fucking day like it's no big deal. Like everything fucking takes a lot of effort for me. Some of those cats are fucking hella dope, dude. You know. And by the way, my commissions aren't fairly cheap. So when Ryan Otley's charging $100, you know what I mean? Like why would they get something from me? It's like, well, I don't know. I'm nobody, but you're gonna get your money's worth. Some dudes are just super talented, man. I have to fucking work this shit out. I'm not gonna spend my brain power working on Duck Nukem. Like it's funny, dude, but I can invent some trouble for. I can invent enough stupid shit for
Sketchbook
myself.
LP says my strangest was Loki Llama.
Yeah, feel sorry.
Rob, what are you using for your white highlights? Asked James.
This is PH Martin's white ink, and then I'm using the jelly pen for little dots and stuff. So I
Yeah.
jump
So
between using. I used to use calligraphy ink. Now I'm using this Dr. PH Martin's. There's two kinds. There's a super thick shit, and then there's this other stuff which is more like the calligraphy ink, but it's more opaque. It's this one, pen white. I'll put that right up in there. So. The calligraphy ink was just turning a little yellow. My hand a little bit of a rest. I gotta add the contrast here and here, and then put all the little highlights in. Matter of fact, I'm working on putting the highlights there while I'm at it. So I don't know. It just did bother me. He's in a bind.
Yeah.
Not once have these people ever done me favors. Like when they see what I'm up to, they go, "Oh man, that's great." I'm like, "You don't feel that way. I don't. That's not the. I don't believe that. You know.
Right.
You just draw the stuff and it sells, huh?" I'm like, "Well, no. I have to fucking market the shit out of it. Just draw it and it sells. That's how it works. I'm not over here fucking spending 6 hours shading Batman's arm. You know, because that's what
Right.
everyone's doing." All right, so I don't want to do the commission on that, but I figure the dudes had to be. I hear you, Cole. Believe me, I hear you. What I would say in that situation is, if you got a character that's popular, that you're good at drawing, like Turtles or Thundercats or some shit, here's my advice to you. You ever feel like read the crowd? There's some nostalgic shit you can put out that no one ever has that generally will move. One, Batman's will generally sell. Right, Brandon?
Oh yeah.
Batman will sell. Like, fucking, even do a random weird one, like the fucking, what's that one with the Batman where he's got the red outfit and shit?
Flashpoint.
Right. So you could do some shit like that. Or throw down some fucking Power Rangers. There's always one person who's like, I love Power Rangers. That person might be Brandon. All right. Brandon's been there,
Mm-hmm.
or work the Instagram, and sell shit online while you're at the con. You know, don't make it yourself doing something you don't want to do. Right. I have made that mistake in the past with my own career. I don't want to. If I take this fucking cover, if I give in, I lose. Everyone loses. America loses. Freedom loses. End up with that situation where Brandon's got that weird fucking portfolio.
Yep.
Weird ass shit. I mean, like, should it be one thing if you were like one of those hella crazy street artists that was kind of making it work, like Juxtapose or something, but not really. You were like even trying to draw it all serious and shit. Like, ooh, mm. I had to be that guy. It's like, just blame me, Brandon. When they want to know why, just say Rob won't let me, and then come over and
Right.
talk to me about it. I gotta put my fucking foot down. I told you you can do it, but we're done, right?
Yeah, and I haven't since.
Right. So you can do whatever you want. You just can't do it here. I kick you out. All right. Let's let that sit for a little. My hands a little. My hands are never sore. His batarangs are black or are they gold? What the fuck color are his batarangs?
I thought they
Come on,
were
Brandon.
like a gunmetal silver on the. Can you look it up?
It's too similar to his gray outfit. I might do him with the putty.
Alright, well, I gotta get ready for bed. Gotta work early tomorrow. Hit me up tomorrow, or we'll talk on the cast, or either or, and we can go over the stuff I sent.
All right.
Alright, talk to you later. Bye, everyone.
How many commissions do I get a week? I don't know. I really try to only take on like 4 at a time. I'm just behind because of the move. But I also have prints and stuff that I'm working on, so you could say those are commissions as well because they were paid for. I definitely keep myself busy, but that's coming from putting my best effort forward every time, and being selective. And I really started doing it like 2010 with the commissions, so it's taken years to build up. Best movie this year I've seen. Uncharted 4. Oh yeah. All right. So yeah, well, that's my favorite movie of the year. That on PS4 yet? I'm not buying an Xbox to play Tomb Raider. Oh, I'll have to put it on my GameFly. Nice. Oh, I'm one of those nerds. artist right now? I don't really. I don't really follow artists anymore, man. You know, be honest with you. I don't go and I mean, I follow artists on Instagram because I think people are cool, but I don't. Hayao Miyazaki. There you go. You know. Problem with that era is it just isn't applicable to comics these days. Mike Turner today would be accused of, you know, all sorts of shit, and his covers are too risque and all this other bullshit. You know. Have I been? Yeah, I get compared to artists all the time, man. You look like Joe Mad. You look like Humberto Ramos. You look like Stephen Platt. I mean, the '90s. And then when I'm drawing super cartoony stuff, I mean, this is like straight kind of like bulky comic book American kind of like '90s style stuff. But when I'm drawing little slimes and stuff like that, I wouldn't put that in the same category. Okay, no, go. It's enough. Being rude. But I don't lean on any artist for a look like, oh, I'm gonna go draw like fucking Red J, like no, you know. I'm just doing what's in my head at this point. So whatever that looks like is just 30 years of plus years of me digesting content, and it just coming back out. Yeah, she knows what rude means. We have limits around here. Who are my influences? Or As a kid, everything from I read Spawn, I read Bone. I like the Tick cartoon. Um, Video games, like I would draw from Mario Brothers books. Uh, I like stuff like sometimes I'd like that kind of Stephen Platt stuff. I thought it would always kind of look cool, and then I would flip over and draw Beauty and the Beast. You know, so I've always had one hand in like animation and anime, and then like storyboarding, things like that, and storytelling kind of art, and then graphic American. We can call it pinup books, but probably right. I didn't really collect Michael Turner stuff. I liked his art. I thought it was classy. He wasn't trying to like just draw naked chicks, but wasn't quite my thing either way. I liked his Witchblade Tomb Raider thing, but at the same time, I would read Leave It to Chance. Like I loved Leave It to Chance. First 50 issues of Savage Dragon. Calvin and Hobbes. You know, Evangelion. Drew Struzan. So pop culture, animation, Bruce Timm. Street Fighter games, Capcom. I remember that's the first time I saw model sheets were when they put them in the dark side, the Darkstalkers strategy guide that Game Fan put out. And I remember studying that, going, "Man, this anatomy's dope." You know, before that was popular. Imagine if Marvel looked like this, and then they made the X-Men Marvel games, and I was blown away. I was like, "They did it! Oh, it looks amazing." Yeah, well, I don't think it is too sexy for now. I just think the fucking internet's crazy. That's what I think. I think we're still in a land of Puritans. It's ridiculous. They put naked women on. I just can't down newspapers and other. I just can't. This is so ridiculous. You know, Tomb Raider has to wear a parka, and Prophet has to be like a decrepit, skinny guy in a spacesuit. So, you know, comics aren't for me anymore. There isn't a place for Rob. I'm just working on making my own stuff. I mean, that Witchblade, Tomb Raider crossover couldn't exist today like that. I mean, it can, but it would just get a lot of shit. You'd have to go to Kickstarter to get it funded because every publisher would be like, oh, no, man. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn's gotten neuter. How does that work out? The girl, she looked just fine in a suit, all covered up. Now they make her look like a suicide girl. You know? I don't know, guys. Up is down, down is up. You know? Strange. I just want to know when a romance novel is going to get their fucking shot. You know? All they do is feature big hunking guys having nudnik with whomever, you know? No one complains about that. You know, I like Liberty Meadows. That was fun, but you know, people hate Frank Cho now because of what sketch covers. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's why I don't get involved in those Twitter discussions. You know, it's just sad. You know, if you're a female artist that draws Spider Gwen in a seductive pose, you know, you're in the wrong. But if you're a female artist who's into bondage, you're okay. Explain that one to me. I don't know, folks. You know, what I loved about comics is that it used to have nothing to do with who you were, female, male, black, white, whatever. I didn't know Jim Lee was Asian. I didn't know Stan Lee was Jewish. You know, it was the art. I always came to it for the art, and I'd stick around to read it if the story was good. You know, I'd care about what the art is if the story was good. So there's always an incentive to have a good story. But these days, it's just a bunch of gimmicks. It's like, oh, we're going to fucking make this character a dude and that character a chick. Like, that means anything to me. You know? Yeah, well, you know, there you go. Artists always get the shit end of the stick, man. It's persecuting artists. You know, what's new about that? At least they're not burning us at the stake. Shit, you draw Muhammad, they fucking hang you and drag you by a car, right? So, what's new? I don't know, man. Yeah, I think it's all bullshit. But I vote with my dollars. I don't buy it. I don't buy this stuff. I, I, I don't buy it. And if I like something, I buy it. You know? It's that simple. Capullo started working on Batman. I bought that shit. I couldn't wait. One of the most underrated artists in the history of comics. I did this on this podcast, and the New 52 came out. I said, this is the number one fucking book. Oh, they laughed at me. Well, who's laughing now? You know? The problem with pinup books is they generally the poses don't match the story. That's what we're talking about. Not that they could show a little skimpy who here and there. It's that, you know, you don't want the drawing of it to be out of sync with the story, with what's going on. You know, and the '90s, no one cared, right? For the most part, Capullo knew how to be a good, you know, was a great storyteller. But a lot of guys, you know, were just drawing chicks looking fucking hot, which was okay, but you know, it's caught up. People want art, you know, readers tend to want, you know, look if they look hot, great, but not at the expense of telling the story or being true to the character. Like if they're having a dramatic moment, don't pop out Wonder Woman's butt. Like if someone just got murdered, you know, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but Frank Cho's gonna do just fine, man. You know, the guy's fucking superstar. You know, but I do think it's ridiculous. You know, But I'm an artist, so of course I'm going to side with artists. Because artists generally don't even side with artists. That's what's crazy about it. Artists generally just fuck other artists over. You know? So don't buy it. Have an editor. Did he break editorial policy? No. Just after the fact, there was some heat on Twitter, and some writer got probably bent out of shape over it. Stop giving Twitter. Twitter's not a. Twitter's become like, man. You know what the real third political party is? Twitter. And I'm on it. Like I see it. It's not the Tea Party. It's the Twitters. And I'm not saying they don't have a point, but at the same time, fucking like for real, dude. All right. Well, there you go. Guy lost his job. I don't like the way he drew that. Lose your job. Thank you. That's wonderful. I mean, these are people that generally don't even buy books, man. They're generally downloading them. Thing to remember too. A lot of people who complain they don't spend money on shit. A lot of these people complaining the most download shit for free, at most. Or they'll be like, I used to buy stuff, but I don't buy it anymore. I buy manga, man. You know, I appreciate the amount of effort those artists put into their shit. You know, and it's their shit. You know, they own their shit. They sign a movie deal, they get fucking money from that. My big thing growing up was creators' rights. That's why I got into Image, Ninja Turtles, artists getting to see the money from the fruits of their labor. You know, Capullo working on Reborn, awesome. I hope they get a movie deal. Guy deserves a fucking paycheck for his efforts. He's never going to get it for Batman. I mean, he's going to get a paycheck for drawing Batman, but, they put the Court of Owls or any of his designs or any of Scott Snyder stuff, they're not going to see checks. Maybe Scott might. Artists always seem to get the shit end of the stick. And there's nothing new about that. A bunch of us are getting together and trying to change it. It's not getting a lot of hope for people. Hey, the best thing you can do is be aware of it and talk about it. The worst thing you can do is suppress. Suppressing conversation never works out. Just makes people feel persecuted. You know? No one's going to fucking tell me what I can and can't draw or what I can and can't buy in terms of art. You know? And the people who scream the loudest, like if someone's like, this is too sexualized, chances are they got crazy fucking porn on their computer. I don't buy any of it. You know? This is just like when they came for Grand Theft Auto. Remember? Hot Coffee mod? It's kids are killing people over Grand Theft Auto. That goes away. It's flavor of the month bullshit. Complain about comics this much got people to comics code. What did that do for the industry? It killed Tales from the Crypt. Gave us a bunch of shitty writing for God knows how long. Until the direct market showed up. That's when you got Watchmen, Dark Knight Returns, Sandman, Vertigo. Preacher. But whatever. There just isn't much to complain about. That's what I think. So they're just making up, they're inventing shit to bitch about now. You know? Or it's just a little old to talk about creators' rights. Like, it gets boring, right? Only so many options. So only so much they can do for like helping out artists get paid. So now it's going to be like, we got to stop these artists from drawing things we don't like to see. Wonderful. Best thing you can do, man. I support it. I also tune it the fuck out. You know, I can't even comment on it. Like, you put that shit into writing, What's the saying? You say something at the end of a podcast, no one fucking cares. Or you say something in the middle of a podcast, no one gives a shit. You tweet it out on Twitter, you're fucking done. You know? I mean, I got death threats because I backed Psychonauts 2. You know? That's hilarious. I backed a video game and got death threats. I was really scared, folks. I really thought people were going to show up and kill me for backing Psychonauts 2. For real. But publishers never back fucking artists, man, you know? You know why? They just don't. You know? It's like Kevin Spacey said in fucking Bug's Life. They realize. I mean, we don't outnumber them. There's less artists than there are fucking publishers and editors, right? But it's just how they are, man. I love it when comic book writers get all fucking uppity too, you know? It's I write the stories. Then go write fucking novels, asshole. Last time I checked, they're called comic books, you know? Without the images, they're fucking books. You know, you want to be a fucking novelist, go be the next J.K. Rowling, you know? You go out and do it. But, you know, let me show you how easy it is to write a comic versus drawing one. Batman was on the rooftop. Azrael shows up. They fight. You know, a nuclear explosion goes off. Aliens invade. You know, right now, see how easy it is to type that out? Say that shit? Now go draw it. J. Edgar Hoover came back and killed us all. No, they don't mean anything. They just look cool. They make it look legit. I think Tiger asked me that question recently. I was like, don't kill yourself on this one. It just looks cool. Not for me. I don't even think these things line up. Only thing that's going to get cut off by a printer is 1/8 of an inch around the edges. So 1/8 of an inch plus another eighth of an inch would be safe for anything. That's all you really need to know. You know, generally it's like, well, yeah, 0.025. Yeah. Well, I don't have anything get cut off that I don't want to get cut off. Yeah, they look legit. Looks cool. That's it. Copics are refillable. So that's where you make your money back. No problem, James. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Don't be a stranger. Hello. Refillage people. I know, right? Refillageable. There's a new word. Uh, 4 hours? 4.5. Ah, thanks, David. It gets done, right? Bit by bit. Uh, Taking my time, but I'm not trying to rush through it either. Right. I got some white highlights to do here. What time is it? About 12 o'clock. Well, there you go, sketchbook. That is not right. Let that try, I'll fix it. Hey, what's up, Dalmatian? No digital treatment. No. It's a commission. Distress ink. Here's the test I did. Yeah. He wanted a Dark Knight Returns Batman, so here we go, right? This whole big area down here ain't going to be hard to do. In the background, will probably take an hour tops. So, if that. Background will go pretty easy. What time is it? It's 12:27. Alrighty, I think it's a good place to leave off. So I'm going to sit down and get this finished tomorrow. At least 4 more hours. I can get this whole bottom part done, and then I think I'll do the background Tuesday. So it'll be a 3-parter. But it's a big piece. It's 11 by 17, you know. Shit eats up time. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I'll do more work on this after I get the background put in. There we go. That's a start. Let's get this done. We got a ton of shit to do this week. Then I gotta get those sketch covers done next week, so I will be back on later today, dude. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Peace.